Yes.
This is very crucial to the existing barangays right now that are already enjoying their national tax allocation coming from the national government. And I believe that they have met all the criteria since they are already considered as barangay. When they will be reverted because of some revalidation, I think it will create more conflict with this, Mr. Speaker. I propose that we delete and I move for the division of the House on this proposal, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to divide the House. It's been second. Any second? Hearing no objection, we will divide the House. Check the attendance of the members. All of those in the Zoom, please open your screens.
Hindi ko alam na nag-open ako. Hindi ko
Those in the Zoom, do you hear from here?
Ngayon marinig po namin kayo. Kanina hindi.
Walang audio.
Ilan yung session suspended? Those in favor of the session resume?
All of those in favor of the Ampatuan proposal, raise your hand.
We will now proposal. Raise your hands.
Kindly check the Zoom.
Kindly check the Zoom. All of those not in favor, raise your hands. Secretariat, do you have a report?
Proposed by the Honorable Member of the Parliament, Maintan Ampatuan, on Section 400, Paragraph C, as follows. For those in favor of the proposal amendment, we have 4 votes. For those not in favor of proposed amendment, we have 26 votes, Mr. Speaker.
How about the
With 17 abstentions,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
how many?
17. We have now a total of 47 members of the Parliament, both in the physical and Zoom, Mr. Speaker.
With 4 yes votes, 26 no votes, 17 absentia, 17 abstaining, the no votes win. The proposal is rejected.
Mr. Speaker, may I proceed? Still on the same paragraph, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Jaquilan, where he proposes to add reverted to their mother barangay, or if not possible, to the adjacent barangay, Mr. Speaker. And on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we have a counter proposal related to the proposal of MP Jaquilan, so that it now reads, those barangays that failed to meet the criteria laid down by RA 7160 shall be merged with another barangay to be provided in the law or ordinance enacted by the Parliament or the Sangguniang concerned for the purpose.
What is your, that's your counter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note of the counter proposal.
We go, Mr. Speaker, to paragraph C, where there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to spell out
Mr. Presiding.
the acronym or the
Yes,
abbreviation.
may I cut you there? We will recognize Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan.
Thank you for your kind acknowledgement. Yung bang counter proposal accepted or ano ba yun? Ni-reject yung kay Jackie Lan tapos may counter proposal. I did not hear whether we are adopting which. I like the counter proposal but I did not hear any ruling kung rejected at tapos counter proposal ba ina-adapt natin. Yun lang po.
Mr. Speaker, I think the action on the proposal from MP Jaquilan is that it is accepted with a counter proposal. So, because the counter proposal is related or similar or takes off.
May I?
Yes,
With
Mr.
modification
The proposal of MP Jaquilan is technically rejected.
Hindi naman.
What prevails is the counter proposal of the committee.
Hindi naman Mr. Speaker. Palagay ko hindi naman na it's accepted with modification. Kasi hindi total rejection eh. Yun lang sa akin. Salamat.
Oh, okay. Whatever. I think the ruling of the chair is now that the counter proposal prevails.
Very good.
We will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan, and this is on another paragraph that's also designated as paragraph C. The only proposed amendment is to spell out the word square rather than using the abbreviated SQ. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 401, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasam, and this time it's for the deletion of the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management, and in lieu thereof, it should be placed there that it is the Bureau of Local Government Finance, which shall certify the requirement pertaining to income, Mr. Speaker. And on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Secretariat, take note the committee accepts the Pakasem proposal.
We move on to section 403, Mr. Speaker. There's a proposal from MP Mastura to delete the whole provision. And on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
There's a separate proposal coming from MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker, to qualify that the tribal barangays are for non-Moro IPs, and hence the addition of the letters MM, where IPs is provided in the section. And on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we accept on NMIP. However, we do not accept the proposal to delete none in the word non-compliance. Mr.
Secretariat, take note.
And in the same provision, Mr. Speaker, the last paragraph, I think there's also a proposal to change the word allocation to allotment, also coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
We go to chapter
Mr.
2, powers
Speaker.
and functions of the barangay.
Interruption.
Yes.
Interruption lang.
Yes.
Salamat. I was just wondering kung meron din equivalent provision for municipalities earlier. Wala ba? Yung dapat na meron donation of lot para meron permanent municipal hall. Wala bang ganun tayo? I'm sorry but I miss out on that.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond? This is section 403 is on barangays, but we do have a provision on tribal municipalities.
Regular
In
municipalities. Walang regular municipalities creation na dapat may permanent barangay municipal building. Thank you.
I think that the query is whether or not there is also provision for requiring land where government centers will be built for municipalities.
Yes, tama, sir. Tama.
I think, Mr. Speaker, we did not provide for that, and there was no proposed amendment.
I think that we provided for that.
For the tribal barangays.
For the tribal barangays, there
I
is
think
no.
that's his question, Mr. Speaker. So on tribals, So we did not receive any proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. I think our idea is that tribal barangays and municipalities are exception to the rule, unless there is a proposal coming from Deputy Speaker Tan.
Maganda yan nilagay natin. Anyway, I defer to whatever decision we have. But it's if we're thinking of the exception, the general rule should also be laid. Di ba? Kailangan may permanent place for municipal hall. Para
We will welcome any proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, since we are in the amendment.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on section 405, and the proposal is to add the phrase, but not limited to the following. This comes from MP Ampatuan, and we do not accept, Mr. Speaker, considering that there is also a general welfare clause that will capture all other powers necessary to the...
Secretariat, take note, they do not accept.
On paragraph 2, also coming from MP Ampatuan, to add the phrase and support infrastructure, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the second paragraph of paragraph 3, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add the phrase subject to existing laws and issuances. Mr. Speaker, we accept, except that we want to modify it a bit to say that there should be data privacy laws and issuances. So there's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Data privacy. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, because I think the phrase subject to existing laws and issuances still appear in the counter proposal. That should have been stricken out. Yung yan. Before the green. Yan. That's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear.
That should be stricken out.
The one earlier that has already been deleted.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, and lastly, on this, Mr. Speaker, from MP Ampatuan on paragraph 4, she corrected the misspelled word of resources. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On health, Mr. Speaker, we see that there's a proposal coming from MP at Ampatuan to remove the word select. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Oh, pero may subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
Subject to style. Take note,
on-
Secretariat.
On paragraph B, under the same paragraph 1, subparagraph B, there's a proposal to delete, appoint, and in lieu thereof, use supervise. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, where we also use supervise, but we also include engage and.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, and there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add a paragraph under subparagraph 2, which reads, on nutrition services, the barangay shall conduct programs and projects on first 1,000 days program of body mass index monitoring, micronutrient supplementation, exclusive breastfeeding, timely introduction of complementary food, Operation Timbang, deworming, Philippine Integrated Management and Acute Malnutrition, and tracking of malnourished children, Mr. Speaker. We have a counter proposal. First is to move the whole paragraph under section 479, which is on the powers and functions of the municipality on health services. 479, and then under paragraph 3,
Recording in progress.
paragraph B, under feeding and nutrition, we add this provision. Provided that in the implementation of nutrition programs or projects, such as those for the nutrition of pregnant women or new mothers and their infants, body mass index monitoring, annual weight and height measurement of all children up to 5 years old, micronutrient supplementation, exclusive breastfeeding, timely introduction of complementary food, deworming, and tracking and treatment of severe and acute malnourished children may be considered, Mr. Speaker. That's our counter proposal.
Secretariat, take note.
Under paragraph 5, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add the words "and nutrition" after health, and then add the following phrases after health officer. The phrase reads, and the municipal or city nutrition officer, action officer, to be consolidated, evaluated, and assessed by the provincial health officer and nutrition action officer. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, which shall read this way. Monitor and the local health and nutrition situation and submit regular reports thereon to the municipality or city through the municipal or city health officer and the municipal city nutrition action officer, if any, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On social services, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 3, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to include the phrase subject to existing laws and issuances. Same with our counter proposal in another section, Mr. Speaker. The last phrase should read subject to existing data privacy laws and issuances, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on paragraph 8, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add and their families after the word children. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, such that the paragraph will read, submit the names of children and their parents or guardian, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Yan, counter proposal pala yan. And okay, we go to environmental services under Roman numeral 4. Under paragraph E, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete the phrase give priority to the formulation and implementation of and instead use formulate and implement. On this matter, Mr. Speaker, and also subparagraph 1, instead of through with an RU, there's another spelling that's proposed, and then to add the word "and" after the enumerated item in number 2. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3 from MP Ampatuan, there's a proposal to delete oversee and in lieu thereof use assist in. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, which reads maintain for purposes of minor repairs or rehabilitation and operate water supply systems exclusively within its jurisdiction. That's our counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Yes, what is the concern of the lady from Maguindanao?
Actually, I have a concern on this if this refers to the barangay that operates water system, because in some instances, especially for the cities, there are water districts that manages the water system, and that's why I propose the word assist, Mr. Speaker.
But I think that's a private matter,
I think, Mr. Speaker,
which the barangay cannot interfere unless requested by the water district.
no, Mr. Speaker, I think these are small water supply systems within the not even for the whole barangay, smaller units or parts of the barangay, Mr. Speaker.
So this was not accepted, but with counter proposal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And then on paragraph 4, Mr. Speaker, there was a comment from MP Matalam, and we have treated that as a proposed amendment so that there's an additional phrase after climate change action plan to read this way, and of other environmental plans and programs ensuring that through the municipal or city environment and natural Resources Officer, sufficient resources are allocated, and that monitoring and evaluation mechanisms are in place to meet the desired environmental outcomes for the benefit of the barangay, Mr. Speaker. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 6, the proposal from MP Ampatuan is to add the phrase or disapproval after the word approval. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On infrastructure, public works, and local facilities, MP Ampatuan proposes to qualify bridges so that it now reads footbridges, Mr. Speaker. We accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 4, Mr. Speaker, instead of the word essential, MP Ampatuan proposes to use the word concerned, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, on paragraph Roman numeral 6 on disaster risk reduction and management, there's a proposal to change the word early to emergency, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On public order, there's a proposal, Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 1C, to read this way, and this comes from MP Ismael. There's a new sentence. The your pool of volunteers shall be organized in accordance with the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Public Order and Safety, or MPOS, that includes accreditation and basic EWR training, Mr. Speaker. EWR training.
May I ask, why are this in like pronouns, or yeah? Why are the first letter capitalized?
You mean early warning and emergency
yeah.
response?
And why
Mr.
is there an acronym?
Because it's it's commonly used, Mr. Speaker, in disaster response.
Right now?
Sorry?
Right now it's commonly used.
Mr. Speaker. Yes. So we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On labor and employment, paragraph 4, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete the phrase "a committee on advocacy and campaign against illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons. The committee shall establish an." We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, to divide paragraph 4 into 2, so that the first one would read, "establish and oversees Bangsamoro Workers Help Desk," and so on. And then add a new paragraph, "assist in the conduct of advocacy and campaigns against illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons," Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Accepted with modification.
On paragraph 5, what used to be paragraph 5 but may now be renumbered to paragraph 6, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to again add the phrase "subject to existing laws and issuances," and we accept with the modification that we qualify laws and issuances to say that these are data privacy laws and issuances, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Data privacy.
Okay, on cooperatives and social enterprises, Roman numeral 8, the proposal from MP Ampatuan is to delete the whole paragraph 3, and we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Yes, the lady from Maguindana is raising his hand.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I propose for deletion is that, are we allowing a certain government institution to solicit in behalf of the cooperative? So if yes, and I would propose for the I move for the division of the House.
Mr. Speaker, this is not new. This comes from the National Local Government Code, Mr. Speaker. And we deem it fit to mirror that in our Bangsamoro Local Governance Code.
Because it is beneficial.
Yes,
for the
Mr.
region.
Speaker.
So there is now a motion to divide the House. You are withdrawing. The lady from Maguindanao is withdrawing his motion to divide the House.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on human rights, paragraph 2B, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to spell out civil society organizations and then parentheses the acronym, subject to whether there has already been the use of the phrase civil society organizations. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This is just style.
Secretariat, take note.
And then from MP Ampatuan on paragraph 3, instead of the word situationer, MP Ampatuan proposes to use situation. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On culture and the arts, under paragraph 3, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to again add subject to existing laws and issuances. Again, our counter proposal is to qualify that with data privacy laws and issuances.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 407, Mr. Speaker, we MP Ampatuan has proposed to include subject to the Data Privacy Act. And again, our counter proposal is to use the phrase subject to existing data privacy laws and issuances.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 409, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Loong to include after the barangay, the word barangay, the phrase including digital posting on the official page of the LGU. We have a counter proposal to modify the proposed amendment so that it will read after the last, or to include in the last sentence, which will now read, a soft copy thereof shall likewise be posted in the website of the MILG and when available in the official website or web page of the barangay as well.
It refers to the website of the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on chapter 3, article 1, section 410, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add and barangay nutrition scholars. Mr. Stuan and MP Haji Abdullah to delete the whole provision. And we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Mr. Speaker, on Article 3, Section 416, there's a proposal coming from MP Piang.
For a while, we go back. This does not mean that they cannot apply for their own license. They can still
Correct,
apply.
Mr. Speaker.
They will be entitled not because of their position as barangay chair, but as private persons. We will proceed.
Okay. On Section 416, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Piang to add a paragraph which will read, there shall be a mandatory IP representative for barangays. The selection of the mandatory IP representative shall be in accordance with the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, which will read this way. The mandatory representation of IPs in the Sangguniang Barangay shall be guaranteed when at least 5% of the population of the barangay and not more than 50% of its local officials, elective officials, is composed of indigenous peoples, or when a native title recognized by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs is situated within the barangay. The selection thereof shall be in accordance with the guidelines jointly issued by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs and the MILG, which shall respect and uphold their indigenous customs, traditions, and norms, Mr. Speaker. That's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then there's a proposal coming from MP Anayatin, Mr. Speaker, to add another paragraph under this section. An additional seat for a settler community's representative will be allocated within a barangay, provided that there is a substantial presence comprising of at least 10% of the total population in that barangay. Mr. Speaker, we have a counter proposal which will read this way. The mandatory representation of settler communities in the barangay shall be guaranteed when at least 5% of the population of the barangay, but not more than 50% of its local elective officials, is composed of settlers. The selection thereof shall be in accordance with the guidelines issued by the MILG, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, clarification
Yes,
lang.
the gentleman from Sulu, Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ito ba yung shall be allocated seat, ano yan, for by election pa rin ang pagpili? Yun lang po ang tanong.
The question is if the allocation or the representation is through election.
Mr. Speaker, we give it to the MILG, and also in the case of the IPs, it's for MIPA and MILG guidelines. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's our answer.
Is the gentleman from Sulu satisfied with the answer? So we will proceed.
Yung straight answer lang, to be elected ba yan sila? O kung magdi-depend what guidelines will the MIPA and MILG issue? Dapat yan klaro para parang nagde-delegate ka ng power natin sa ministry. Baka maging undue delegation na yan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the idea is for the sectors themselves to choose from among them who will represent. But we deem it fit to give the details, the rulemaking to MILG and MIPA, Mr. Speaker. In the
Mr.
same
Speaker.
manner that in our electoral code, we also provided for the power of MIPA and also of MILG, no, in providing for and other agencies of the Bangsamoro government to work on the specific rules, details on the selection or election, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, may I reply?
Yes, you may.
Yung sa BOL natin, yung sectoral representation will be elected from among their sectors, hindi naman appointed. So sana ganun din, elected din. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I proceed now to Article 4, appointive barangay officials, Mr. Speaker. Section 409, there's a proposal from MP Don Loong to add another sentence. The barangay secretary shall be a regular government employee with a defined salary grade based on category of the LGU and is eligible for contribution to GSIS. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On Section 422, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasam to delete the whole paragraph. In lieu of the payment of honorarium, the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management, at the instance of the sanggunian of the barangay having sufficient funds, shall create a plantilla position for their punong barangay. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. The proposal is accepted.
On paragraph B of the same section, I think, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan, and this goes on to section C and section D. The proposal is to add the phrase and shall be paid out of the barangay funds. That covers the, as I said, paragraphs B, paragraph C, and D. And we accept the proposed amendments to all three paragraphs, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. It applies to all three paragraphs.
And on paragraph E, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to, there's also the proposal to change, to add the phrase, the barangay, and shall be paid out of the barangay funds. The same answer, Mr. Speaker, we accept that. But I think there's also a proposal to change, we accept that, Mr. Speaker, but we also take the opportunity to change the word daycare and use child development centers, Mr. Speaker, on this code.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, there's a proposal also pertaining to paragraph E coming from MP Sinolinding to add barangay nutrition scholars, Mr. Speaker. On this matter, we accept.
Secretariat, take note.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Speaker. We go to paragraph F, Mr. Speaker. The counter proposal that appears on the screen just captures both the proposed amendments from MP Ampatuan, MP Sinolinding, and our correction of the term daycare to be changed to child development center, Mr. Speaker. We will now go to the second paragraph F, Mr. Speaker, from MP Don Doong. We have a proposal to add on insurance coverage, to add off the government service insurance system, and then in the last part to add the phrase subject to availability of funds, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On the same section, second paragraph, there's a proposal to delete the word legitimate and also to add a sentence that will read, the MBHTE shall assist in the implementation of this. We partially accept, meaning we accept the deletion of the word legitimate, but we do not accept the proposed last sentence, Mr. Speaker, on MBHTE.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph H, there's a proposal to use CSC instead of Civil Service Commission. This is a matter of style, Mr. Speaker. When appropriate, we will use that. Otherwise, we will use Civil Service Commission.
Secretariat, take note. Minute health break.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, may I proceed to Chapter 5, Katarungang Pambarangay. There's a proposal coming from MP Don Loong to add the phrase "and government retirees." There's also a proposal on the same section coming from MP Anayatin, Mr. Speaker, so that it will read this way. Composed of the punong barangay as chairperson and 10 to 20 members of the community without prejudice to the participation of religious/traditional leaders, settlers, NMIPs, women, persons with disability, youth, solo parents, if any, Mr. Speaker. We have a counter proposal for the two proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, which reads this way, Section 425, Lupong Tagapamayapa. A, there is hereby created in each barangay a Lupong Tagapamayapa, hereinafter referred to as the Lupon, comprised of the punong barangay as chairperson and 10 to 20 members of the community without prejudice to the participation of religious/traditional leaders, settlers, NMIPs, women, persons with disability, youth, and solo parents, Mr. Speaker. That's our counter proposal.
Secretariat, take note of the counter proposal.
And then on Section 431, Mr. Speaker, pertaining to the word chairman, Lupon chairman, the proposal is to change it to chairperson. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Mr. Speaker, we forgot to include in the list of proposed amendments under Section 425, that of MP Ampatuan, which is similar to what has already been presented and has been considered in the formulation of the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note to put the name of MP Ampatuan in the proposal.
Okay. On Section 431, Mr. Speaker, on vacancies I've already accepted. There's a separate proposal for a new section coming from MP Loong on the creation of the Barangay Justice System, Multi-Sectoral Traditional and Customary Laws Advisory Council, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On Section 422, on venue, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to change the person to which the objection is submitted instead of the Secretary of Justice. The proposal is to submit it to the Minister of the MILG. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph C of the same section, there's a proposal to limit the conciliation among members of non-Moro indigenous peoples, Mr. Speaker, such that it is reflected in the proposed amendment. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, on Chapter 6, on Sangguniang Kabataan, there's a proposal under subparagraph D of Section 455 to add the phrase ministries and offices before agency. We accept, Mr. Speaker, this is part of the omnibus motion or manifestation made at the start of the amendment to always refer to ministries, offices, and agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph N, there's a proposal to delete. No? Okay, to delete the phrase "or the commission." And we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On section 457, qualifications, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to change local dialect, to delete the words local dialect, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept, but we also have a counter proposal to make it local language, Mr. Speaker. And that to have this change reflected in all the parts of the code that pertain to local dialect, so that we refer to it as local language rather than local dialect, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
Section 460 on the powers and duties of the Sangam SK Chair, paragraph E, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to add the word or to change submission to submit, and then to add two concerned authorities and offices. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Secretary, take note.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's paragraph C, but on this matter, there's a proposal to change chair to chairperson. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On 469, section 469, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete said section and to add the phrase or add a paragraph which will read, for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, to delete the whole section. But our counter proposal is to add, while we agree to delete 469, we propose that we add a paragraph pertaining to the training fund or of the Sangguniang Kabataan, and add a paragraph in 468 reading this way: for this purpose, a fund for the conduct of trainings shall be established and incorporated in the Annual Appropriations Act of the Bangsamoro government, with a capital G, yung government. So that's the proposal, Mr. Speaker. We agree to delete, but we add a paragraph in the previous section, section 468, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph C, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government and also the BYC. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On Chapter 9, Linggo ng Kabataan, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete or to change Bangsamoro Youth Commission to BYC. It is a matter of style, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On Title 2, the municipality, there's a proposal to delete and restore applicable provisions of RA 7160 coming from MP Mastura. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On 476, Mr. Speaker, pertaining to requisites for creation, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to just use the acronym of MENRE. And since this is a matter of style, we accept, Mr. Speaker. There's also a proposal to delete the whole section coming from MP Mastura and to use instead the applicable provisions under RA 7160. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note of the one accepted and the one rejected.
On paragraph C, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete the second sentence of paragraph C, the first paragraph of subparagraph C, the last sentence of the first paragraph under letter C. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the second or the third paragraph of the same subsection, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add the words Nutrition Action Office. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 477, there's a proposal coming from MP Mastura to delete the whole section. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
There's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete the phrase notwithstanding the population requirement of the preceding section, and also to limit or to use the acronym NMIPs and also the acronym NTA. So we partially accept, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we do not accept the deletion of the phrase notwithstanding the population requirement of the preceding section, but we agree that when warranted on the matter of style of using acronyms, that matter we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the same paragraph, second paragraph of section 477, there's also a proposal coming from MP Midtimbang, such that the second paragraph will read, the financial requirements of tribal municipalities shall be provided by the Bangsamoro government, which, and this is the addition, Mr. Speaker, which shall be sufficient for the delivery of basic public services. On this matter, Mr. Speaker, we accept. But
Secretariat, take note.
we have a counter proposal on the second paragraph. The proposal of MP Midtimang, the second paragraph reads, the Bangsamoro government shall assist the tribal municipality in acquiring their national tax allotment through the intergovernmental relations body once it qualifies. Our counter proposal reads this way: the Bangsamoro government shall assist the tribal municipality in receiving their national tax allotment when the requirements therefore are met, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 478, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal first to delete the whole section and to restore the applicable provisions of RA 7160 coming from MP Mastura. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker, the deletion.
Secretariat, take note.
But on the proposal of MP Ampatuan to use the acronym NTA as a matter of style, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 471, Paragraph 2D, there's a proposal to spell out 10% coming from MP Ampatuan. This is a matter of style. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on Paragraph F, there's a proposal coming from Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. to add the phrase after biogas technologies in line with the municipal ecological solid waste management plans and programs. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. also has a proposal under paragraph, now I do not know if it's 3 or 6, but the paragraph that reads this way: regulate the keeping of animals in homes or as part of a business, and so forth. The proposal is to add the phrase subject to regulations and standards set by the national and Bangsamoro government. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On another paragraph, this time it's 6, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add the phrase subject to existing laws and issuances. Again, Mr. Speaker, we accept with a counter proposal to qualify laws and issuances by the words data privacy.
Secretariat, take note.
On health, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add end nutrition after the word health. and also to add nutrition before the word plan. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, so that it reads, formulate the health and nutrition policies of the municipality, as well as prepare and implement plans pursuant thereto, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. So there's acceptance with modification, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Accepted with modification.
And on paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, there's also a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding under subparagraph A, to add the words Barangay Nutrition Action Office and also the words and nutrition after the word health, and also the words and good nutrition after the word issues, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Mr. Speaker, on that matter, we partially accept pertaining to the construction of the Barangay Nutrition Action Office. We do not accept yung nutrition office. Yan. And then on this, we accept the inclusion of the words and nutrition and good nutrition as proposed by MP Sonilinding. We also would like to correct because there seems to be a typographical error. We should delete provide for to after the word and. Nasaan na yun? Yan. Yan po. So that it reads, construction, provision, and support for the maintenance of barangay health stations and propagate health and nutrition information, and so forth, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph B, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add the words and barangay nutrition scholars after health workers. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker, coming from MP Sinolinding, to amend paragraphs A to include community maternal, to qualify maternal to community, and then add the phrase neonatal, infant, and young child nutrition, and delete the word childcare, Mr. Speaker. Also from MP Sinolinding, paragraph C, to add end nutrition after health. On paragraph D, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete health centers. And then on paragraph E, to change the word posts and use office instead, coming from MP Sinolinding. On paragraph F, there's a proposal also from MP Sinolinding to add the phrase and nutrition. And on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposals for amendments to paragraphs A, coming from MP Sinolinding, C, also from MP Sinolinding, E, also from MP Sinolinding, F, also from MP Sinolinding, and then from MP Ampatuan on paragraph D, we accept as to kasi duplication, no? We accept the deletion of the second mention of the health centers in paragraph D. Okay. And then I move to paragraph 5. There's a proposal from MP Sinolinding to add the phrase nutrition, sanitation, and hygiene. We accept that as well, Mr. Speaker. On paragraph 7, from MP Ampatuan ba to? I'm not sure. To use MOH to add the acronym of the Ministry of Health. We accept that. And on paragraph 8, to add and nutrition, we accept that as well, coming from MP Sinolini.
Secretariat, take note.
On social services, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to use the acronym MSSD instead of the whole name. Under paragraph F, this comes from MP Ampatuan, we accept as this is just a matter of style.
Secretariat, take note.
Same for subparagraph D under paragraph 6 to include the acronym of the Municipal Youth Development Council or MYDC. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On environmental services, there's a proposal coming from MP Suharto Ismael to add after this code, to add the phrase "and in accordance with the applicable national and regional mining laws and policies." Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 11, coming from MP Ampatuan, there's a proposal to change the word essential to concerned. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 6, on disaster risk reduction and management, again, there's a proposal to change early to emergency. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 7, on public order, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasem pertaining to subparagraphs B and C under 1, under subparagraph B, to add the phrase "subject to the policies, procedures, and guidelines of the Ministry of Public Order and Safety on the matter." And on paragraph C, to add the phrase "in coordination and collaboration with other agencies of the national and Bangsamoro governments. The MPOS, MHSD, and other relevant agencies of the Bangsamoro government shall provide logistical, technical, and other assistance to the concerned local government units in their rehabilitation efforts." We accept the proposed amendments to paragraphs B and C from MP Pakasem, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
These proposed amendments coming from MP Pakasem also appears in the counterpart section for provinces, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, we were not able to reflect in the matrix, but I'd like to manifest that we also accept the same proposed amendments for the province, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to use also the acronym of the People's Law Enforcement Board or PLEB. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On education, information, and sports, there's a proposal to use the acronym instead of the whole name of the Ministry of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education, and also to add the acronym of the Bangsamoro Sports Commission, Mr. Speaker. That also goes for the second paragraph. And on this matter, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the acronym. On the acronym, but wala naman, no? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On paragraph 9, number 10, there's a proposal to change fisher folks to fishers. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On labor and employment, there's a proposal to use the singular form of municipality. And we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Roman numeral 12, paragraph 3, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use the acronyms of MOTC in paragraphs 3, 5, and 8. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on Roman numeral 13 on housing, human settlements, and urban development. Also, the proposal is to use the acronym of the Ministry of Human Settlements and Development, or MHST. This comes from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On industrial research and development and science and technology, there's a proposal, Mr. Speaker, coming from Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. For paragraph A to delete the words Development and Physical Framework Plan, or PDPFP, and instead use Comprehensive Land Use Plan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 7, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal also from MP or Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. to change the phrase halal for food and non-food industry to food and non-food, including halal industry. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On tax information and modernization, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasam to add a proviso, which shall read this way: provided that the municipal government shall submit a periodic report to the MFBM on the revenues collected within their jurisdiction, subject to the guidelines to be issued by the MFBM on the form, manner, and timing of submission of reports. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 2, the proposal from MP Ampatuan is to delete of computer hardware and software, and also the word other after the word of and before electronic. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On cooperatives and social enterprises, paragraph 2, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to change the word essential to concerned. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3, there's a proposal from MP Loong to add and social enterprise after cooperatives, so that the officer is called Cooperatives and Social Enterprise Development Officer. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On culture and the arts, under paragraph 2C, there's a proposal from MP Pakasem to rephrase that item to read this way: issue resolution recommending to the BCPCH the declaration of heritage zones within the community and to maintain the same, and so forth, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
We accept, Mr. Speaker. For paragraph D, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to change indigenous cultural communities to indigenous peoples. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph E, there's a proposal to correct the spelling of resources coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 5, there's a proposal to take out the parentheses for the words Book 1. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This comes from MP Ampatuan.
Secretariat, take note.
On chapter 3, Article 1, Section 480, under paragraph B, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add a municipal nutrition action officer in the mandatory positions. We accept.
This is a new item in the municipalities.
The whole section, Mr. Speaker, is not new, but there are proposals to include mandatory positions. And these are the ones being proposed to be amended. So on the Municipal Nutrition Action Officer, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
There's also a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to include the Information and Communications Technology Officer and a Human Resources Management Officer. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
coming from MP Ramos, there's a proposal to include a local women's development officer. We do not accept, but we have a counter proposal to include the local women's development officer in the optional positions, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note. It's not mandatory, it becomes optional.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and we have to identify that, unlike in the others, because the local women's development officer is not even in the optional. So we have included that in the optional, Mr. Speaker.
May I be clarified? Why is, can we go down, Secretariat?
Down?
Yeah. Why is the Information and Communications Technology Officer not mandatory or even optional?
It is optional, Mr.
It's
Speaker,
optional.
as well as the Human Resources Management Officer.
Thank you.
Okay.
We proceed.
On Article 2, on the municipal mayor, Section 482, on the proposal of MP Ampatuan to change the words the require to needed, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 10, coming from MP Ampatuan, there's a proposal to use the acronym of OCM and also MILG. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On subparagraph Roman numeral 12, again, there's a proposal to use the acronyms of OCM through MILG and also to place sub-letters before an annual report, put an A to that, and then put a B before the supplemental reports. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 15, there's a proposal to delete national, and we accept in both, which appears 2 times in the same paragraph. This comes from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the second paragraph of subparagraph 2, there's a proposal to use the acronym of BARM and MILG coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 4, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete the paragraph. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on paragraph 5, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to add and regional. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This comes from MP Ampatuan.
Secretariat, take note.
On Article 3, Section 485, subparagraph 4, there's a proposal to insert the word this coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Article 4, Section 487, there's a proposal to delete indigenous cultural communities and instead use IPs coming from, and also to use the acronym of MIPA coming from MP Ampatuan. There's also a proposal from MP Piang to add a proviso which will read this way: provided that the third sectoral representative shall be from IPs who will be selected in accordance with the guidelines issued by the MIPA. And also from MP Anayatin to add another paragraph: an additional seat for settler communities representative will be allocated within a barangay ba to? I think it's bayan, Mr. Speaker, not barangay. Provided that there is a substantial presence comprising of at least 10% of the total population in that municipality. Mr. Speaker, we have the same counter proposal that appears, I think, in an earlier section, which already incorporates our response to the proposals coming from MPs Anayatin, Piang, and Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. May I cut you there? Why did we not touch 480? Section 480.
I think we covered that, Mr. Speaker. It's paragraph B, 480.
Yeah. Thank you. I stand corrected. Let's, what is the concern of the lady from Maguindanao?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we go to the IP?
Sean?
Down pa. Yung IP. There. Yun na. Ipakiakyat. Mr. Speaker, pinalo ko lang yung idea that in the succeeding sentence or paragraph, IP lang yung ginamit, hindi ICC. So I want, I just make it consistent with that paragraph. Kaya yung lahat ng comments ko about indigenous cultural communities, it pertains to the IPs. So kasi yung succeeding paragraphs talks about the IPs and not the ICCs, Mr. Speaker. Same goes through with the comment doon sa barangay, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification kasi medyo nalito na rin ako.
1 minute suspension so that the chair can, you can answer that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I
Okay.
think
No. It's indeed.
in the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, we accepted the use of IPs. There is one section. Okay, hanap mo.
There was one section where
Yeah.
you did not accept
Yes.
the
And
IP.
this is on cultural workers.
Yeah.
So we said that we will maintain the phrase cultural workers from indigenous cultural communities. I think this pertains to the power of the BCPCH. So we're talking about communities and where you have cultural workers from these communities, Mr. Speaker. But for sectoral representatives, we have accepted the use of IPs instead of ICCs.
This one is accepted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Kasi walang nakalagay eh. And ibang narinig ko not accepted eh.
No, Mr. Speaker, there's a counter proposal. If you read through this, in the first proviso, provided that where the IPs comprise.
Yeah.
Okay, so we use IPs, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note, IPs instead of ICCs.
Yes. Title 3, the city, Mr. Speaker, on section 493, there's a proposal to delete National Statistics Office and use the Philippine Statistics Authority or the acronym thereof, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take.
On chapter 3, officials and officers of the city, section 496, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to add a city nutrition action officer coming from MP Sinolinding. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the proposal of MP Ampatuan to add an architect, a human resource management officer, an information and communications technology officer, under the mandatory provisions, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Take note, Secretariat.
And on the proposal of MP Ramos to include a city women's development officer in the mandatory provision, same counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, to add that position in the optional list of officers, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Under section 499, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete through the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government, and also to delete and to the Chief Minister through the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government, as the case may be. There's also a proposal to add subsections, to delineate the annual report and also the the supplemental report. We partially accept, Mr. Speaker, to add letters A and B, but we do not accept the proposal to delete the phrase through the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government, and also and to the Chief Minister through the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government in the case of, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Section 500, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal again to delete through the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government, and also the same phrase in a succeeding line coming from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph B of Section 501, there's a proposal to use IPs and also the phrase, the acronym of MIPA coming from MP Ampatuan. There's also the same proposal coming from MP Piang, which already appeared in the counterpart provision pertaining to Sangguniang sectoral representatives in the city. There's a in the municipality, I mean, and also the same proposal coming from MP Anayatin on the additional seat for settler communities. We make the same counter proposal which appears in the section or article pertaining to the Sangguniang Bayan, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Article 4, Sangguniang ito na ba yan? Sorry. On Title 4, Section 511, Powers, Functions, Services, and Facilities of the Province. On Agriculture, Paragraph 1, there's a proposal to use a different spelling through, and we accept. This one comes from MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I think it's the same paragraph. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. There's a proposal coming from MP Lanang Ali Jr. On the same paragraph, which will reformulate it in this manner. Formulate and implement the agriculture, fisheries, and livestock programs of the province within the framework of the Bangsamoro government policies and plans. We accept that, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept the first one.
Secretariat, take note.
There's a proposal for paragraph D coming from MP Ampatuan to add Del Norte to after the word Maguindanao, and then to spell out the BARM Integrated Area Research Center. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker. While we accept this, we propose that it be included as a second paragraph under item 5. Okay. So we accept, but that there's a reformulation. Tama ba? There's a reformulation. Hindi po. Walang reformulation as proposed by MP Ampatuan, except that we add it under item 5 rather than item 1 or item D. That's the...
Secretariat, take note.
We propose, Mr. Speaker, to not accept the deletion of proposed deletion coming from MP Ampatuan of the phrase including but not limited to gulayan sa barangay.
Secretariat, take note.
Augment in the barangay. Augment. Paragraph 6, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add the phrase subject to existing laws and issuances. Again, our counter proposal is to qualify laws and issuances with the words data privacy, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, on paragraph the same paragraph, there's a proposal to use the acronym of MAFAR coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept this, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on paragraph 7, coming from MP Ampatuan, to change the word municipality to province, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker. This talks about the power of the province to augment the municipalities' programs.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay. Under Roman numeral 2, paragraph 1, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan and use instead the Comprehensive Development Plan Executive and Legislative Agenda, or ELA. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 2, this one, the amendment is proposed by Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. The proposal is to delete Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan and change it to CLUP, or Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Province, yes. You withdraw the first one. So it should be PDPFP.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw because that is province. So that is PDPFP. Thank you.
Secretariat, take note. The lady from Maguindanao withdrew
So that we
his
delete
proposed
the whole
amendment.
paragraph because there's no proposal. I-delete mo na lang.
The whole paragraph.
The whole paragraph 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Saan na yun? Anong number yun? Okay. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we also take note that there is a counterpart paragraph on halal food and non-food. Also coming from Deputy Speaker Ali, but we failed to reflect it. The same language proposed amendment that was approved under municipality is also proposed, and we also under province, and we also accept the same amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On environmental services, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add the phrase of this code after section 27. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on health, paragraph 2, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to change in to its. We accept that, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Paragraph 6, to change Ministry of Health to MOH. Same for the paragraph 7, Mr. Speaker. To change Ministry of Health to MOH. We accept, Mr. Speaker, but we also would like to manifest that we would like to use the order of the powers used in the municipalities so that they will mirror the listing in the province will also mirror what's provided in the list of powers in the municipalities.
Secretariat, take note. That's very important.
On this, it's just a style.
Are they following us? Are you able to follow us right now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On social services, there's a proposal to change the placing of the word directly. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This one comes from MP Ampatuan on paragraph 1. And on paragraph 3, there's a proposal to include component or to take out component from municipalities and put it in the before the word cities. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then for paragraph 5, there's a proposal to add workers of barangays, municipalities, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 8, there's a proposal to use acronyms for the Provincial Youth Development Council and the Provincial Council for the Elderly coming from MP Ampatuan, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Same for, on paragraph 14, there's a proposal to add the word city. Our counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to add the word component before the word city, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
So accepted with modification, and the counter proposal is to add component before the word city.
Secretariat, take note. It's accepted with modification.
So under Roman numeral 6 on infrastructure, there's a proposal to use concerned rather than the word essential to pertain to stakeholders coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay. Under paragraph 3, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete the phrase consolidate the same that would, and then also delete comprehensive land use plan of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and instead use Bangsamoro physical and framework plan and development and Bangsamoro spatial strategy, Mr. Speaker. On this matter, we accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 5, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of MHSD. We accept, Mr. Speaker. And on paragraph 5, we accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 6, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete with access to basic services and facilities coming from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 8, on trade, investments, and industry, paragraph 6, there's a proposal to use the acronym for micro, small, and medium enterprises. We accept, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 6.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 8, there's a proposal to change to off coming from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 10, Mr. Speaker, the proposal of MP Ampatuan is to delete the phrase it shall and start the enumeration, the item enumerated with the word coordinate. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 13, coming from MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete giving priority to the implementation of and instead use especially on. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This comes from
Secretariat, take
MP Ampatuan. From MP Ampatuan on paragraph 14, to add the phrase offices and agencies, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 15, instead of the word fisher folks, the proposal of MP Ampatuan is to use fishers. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On cooperatives and social enterprises, paragraph 1, there's a proposal to use to use the singular of vehicles and then change the word for to of.
Secretariat, take note.
We accept that, Mr. Speaker. On paragraph 2, there's also a proposal to change the word essential to concern coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 3, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to add and appoint a cooperatives and development officer under the office of the governor. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker. Same with the last paragraph. To delete the whole phrase, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Under 10, tax information and modernization, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasem, Mr. Speaker, to add a proviso such that it reads, provided that the provincial government shall submit a periodic report to the MFBM on the revenues collected within their jurisdiction subject to the guidelines to be issued by the MFBM on the form, manner, and timing of submission of the report, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 2, there's a proposal to delete use of computer hardware and software, EMDA, and also to delete the word other. Coming from MP Ampatuan, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On transportation and communications, paragraph 3, there's a proposal to delete the provincial. Coming from MP Ampatuan, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On tourism, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to add the phrase offices and agencies. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph 5, there's a proposal to transfer the phrase in coordination with the appropriate regional agencies from the start of the sentence to the last part of the sentence. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On disaster risk reduction and management, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym DRRMC. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 13, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of OCM and also to delete through the MILG and add the acronym of the post-disaster needs assessment. We partially accept. We accept the use of the acronym of the OCM and also PDNA, but we do not accept the deletion of the phrase through MILG, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On public order, there's a proposal to use the acronym of the Ministry of Social Services and Development under paragraph 5. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On education, information, and sports, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete to use MBHTE's acronym and also to change Bangsamoro Sports Commission to BYC. We partially accept, Mr. Speaker. We agree to use the acronym of MBHTE, but not to change BSC with BYC, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
That's the same for the next paragraph, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept the proposal.
Secretariat, take note.
Coming from MP Ampatuan. On paragraph 3, coming from MP Ampatuan, there's a proposal to delete and supported by the provincial government and also to use the acronym of MBHTE. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Under Roman numeral 6 on labor and employment, there's a proposal to delete access to in paragraph 1 and also to use OJT as an acronym. We agree with the OJT, Mr. Speaker, but we do not agree to the deletion of the phrase access to.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use to add subject to existing laws and issuances. Again, our counter proposal is to qualify that but with the words data privacy, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On the province, on paragraph 5, there's a proposal to delete or to change to transfer the phrase in coordination with constituent local government units from the start of the item to the word after the word province. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On human rights, Mr. Speaker, paragraph D, there's a proposal to use situation rather than situationer coming from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On culture and the arts, there's a proposal to delete the phrase the provincial coming from MP Ampatuan. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph A, there's a proposal to use IPs instead of indigenous cultural communities coming from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 3, there's a proposal to from MP Ampatuan to add and constituent cities. Our proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to use component cities. Same for paragraph, ayan, tama. Sorry, hindi nalagyan, pakilagyan ng MP Ampatuan, and the counter proposal is the next paragraph. That instead of constituent, we use component cities.
Secretary, take note.
On paragraph 4, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add subject to existing laws and regulations. Our counter proposal is to qualify the laws and regulations with the words data privacy, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On section 512, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to include in the list of mandatory positions the architect, human resource management officer, information and communications technology officer, coming from MP Ampatuan. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretary, take note.
And on the same section, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Sinolinding to add a provincial nutrition action officer in the mandatory positions. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And on the optional positions under paragraph C, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to include therein the cooperative development officer, the provincial persons with disability affairs officer, the provincial youth development officer, and provincial tourism officer, and change the communications technology officer and include the word information. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On section 515, there's a proposal to change, ano ba to, delete? There's a proposal to reinstate paragraph 2, which is to propose the formulation of the provincial development plan and so forth. We've already included this, Mr. Speaker, in the powers of the province. Not the provincial governor. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And on paragraph 11, there's a proposal to delete national. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On paragraph 12, okay, on paragraph 12, sorry, I think we did not. Okay. On paragraph 12, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to just use OCM instead of Office of the Chief Minister. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Maguindanao, what is your concern?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 11, small letter, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the use of national, parang na-accept ata yung sa una. Just to be consistent with it. Because the premise there is that there might be not only national officials, but there might be some regional officials who may be stationed in the provincial offices, Mr. Speaker.
Still, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretary, take note.
Okay, on paragraph 16, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also the same. It's still national, Mr. Speaker. And we do not accept.
Secretary, take note.
On paragraph 10, 20, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of OCM and then to make sub-paragraphs of sub-items such that there is a letter A before the phrase an annual report and also a letter B before the supplemental reports. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And on paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete national. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On the same paragraph, same item, but there's a second paragraph. There's also a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of BARM, and we accept, Mr. Speaker, and also MILG.
Secretariat, take note.
On the proposal of MP Ampatuan to delete paragraph 4, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 5, there's a proposal to use the acronym of BEDC. We accept, Mr. Speaker. This comes from MP Ampatuan.
Secretariat, take note.
On Article 4, paragraph B, Mr. Speaker, this is the same matter pertaining to representation in the Sanggunian of the sectoral representatives coming from the women, labor, and possibly indigenous peoples, and also of settler communities. Our proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to use the same language as that which appears under the province and the city. I don't think it appears here, but we will use the same language, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay. On section 520, on the proposal to delete national, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then Title 5, section, I'm not sure what section, under paragraph 4, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal to add end, to delete end. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Is this all this bound by semicolon?
There's a semicolon.
I think what
But
should be deleted is the semicolon should be changed with comma and retain and.
I think, Mr. Speaker, there's a paragraph 5.
Yes.
So usually we put the
Okay.
and before
As
the
part, yeah.
second to the last.
Okay. I recognize that.
Okay, so there's a proposal. We accept that, Mr. Speaker. On paragraph 6, there's a proposal to use the acronym of MFDM. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph, in Article 5, Section 4, 5 to 8, there's a proposal coming from MP Pacasem, Mr. Speaker, to add Department of Budget and Management to the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Under Article 6, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to add a registered civil engineer. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Under Article 8, Health Officer, there's a proposal again to delete end coming from MP Ampatuan after paragraph 9. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And likewise for paragraph 10, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Back to the qualification of provincial planning.
Yes.
Provincial Planning Development Coordinators. The reason why I put civil engineer, Mr. Speaker, is because we have limited number of licensed environmental planners. And right now, those in positions are more of civil engineers because there are a lot of number of civil engineers. And planning is about engineering, Mr. Speaker. So the environmental planners is focus only on the aspect of the environment, but a planner should have a multi-dimensional skills and backgrounds with regards to planning, Mr. Speaker. In that case, Mr. Speaker, I move for the division of the House.
Yes. Before I act on the motion,
Mr. Chair, just a comment on sa comment ng Honorable MP. Mr. Chair, we already have a law na nagbibigay ng parang qualifications tsaka i-promote yung environmental planning profession. And actually, Mr. Chair, environmental planner is not only for the environment. It is actually an urban planner and as a whole, rural planning, lahat na po ng aspects. Actually, there is a law in I'm trying to search on the law, but yeah, there's a law on this. It is not just for the record, it is not just for the environment. It is just the name that was put in the law, but an environmental planner is actually an urban planner and planning as a whole. So it covers all of the aspects in planning. So I think it is very accurate because that we just leave it as licensed environmental planner to encourage also na dadami yung mga ENPs dito sa ating region. Kasi if we allow civil engineers, baka po hindi na sila mag-hire ng ENPs. Yun po ang aking say on this matter, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to divide the House. We will divide it if there is a second or there is no objection. It has been seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Sergeant at Arms to please call all MPs who are still in the...
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
That
That's MP Don Loong, Mr.
the
Speaker.
gentleman from Sulu is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to give in some points as well, Mr. Speaker, that Section 529 will then require all planning and development coordinators to be licensed environmental planners, which I think is a new provision, and there will not be enough environmental planners available. And also it will deprive those who are already existing planning and development coordinators in the field. While we recognize that it's a good field, but I believe that there is not enough to cover all the LGUs. And the proposal of MP Ampatuan to put an or will make it more flexible. This Section 529 would really be restrictive if we require that all planning and development coordinators must be environmental planners.
Or, wag ng environmental planner lahat.
One minute suspension. Session resumes. We have 5 minutes to Dohor.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
I think the gentleman lady from Maguindanao wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In lieu of the clarifications of the committee and some members of the parliament with regards to the qualifications set by the civil service, and with due respect to some environmental planners, I know that they are not limited to the environment alone. The profession has wider scope as contrary to what has been mentioned earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion to divide the House.
Secretary, take note. The motion to divide the House has been withdrawn.
So, Mr. Speaker, may I now proceed to, I think, Article 9, the Civil Registrar. There's a proposal to use the acronym of the Philippine Statistics Authority. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And then on Article 14, on Environment and Natural Resources Officer, there's a proposal to use the acronym of MENRE. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And our Article 15, the Architect, there's a proposal to make this position mandatory for provincial and city governments. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On Article...
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I know that we have limited architects and the profession is actually very difficult profession. And we have limited Bangsamoro architects actually, Mr. Speaker. If only to make our cities and provinces more beautiful than that we have. I guess we need to give space for our architects, especially at the city and provincial level, Mr. Speaker. This is the context of that proposal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to Article 22, the Tourism Officer. There's also a proposal coming from MP Loong to make this position mandatory for provincial, city, and municipal governments. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On the new sections coming from MP Ramos, Mr. Speaker, to define the work of the local women's development officer, its tasks or that for that position, we
will take a break. We will come back at 1:30 this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to Article 7, which is on the Cooperatives Development Officer. 17, I mean. 17. Yan. There's a proposal coming from MP Don Loong to rename the position to Cooperatives and Social Enterprise Development Officer, Mr. Speaker. And we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On the matter of, under that article, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to make the position optional for the provincial, city, and municipal governments. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
Okay, and now on Article 14, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of CISEA, and we accept, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph B of Article 14.
Secretary, take note.
On Article 22, the tourism officer, there's a proposal coming from MP Don Loong to make the appointment of a tourism officer mandatory for provincial, city, and municipal governments. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And I think lastly, or second, hindi pala. Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to add a new section to cover local women development officers. And there's, as I mentioned, there's a whole, there's an enumeration of on the qualifications and the coordination and all the other tasks of the local women development officer. We accept essentially, but we also propose to be consistent with our position in earlier positions that the word shall in the first paragraph be made into may, so that it will read this way. And also that the position be changed to local women's with an apostrophe S development officer. So the first paragraph will now read, to effectively address the concerns of women and promote their representation, participation, welfare, and development within the local government, a local women's development officer may be appointed in each local government unit. And then continue as provided.
Secretary, take note.
And then there's also a proposal for a new section coming from MP Sinolinding, this time to provide for the qualifications and the powers and functions of a nutrition action officer, Mr. Speaker. We accept with some modification, Mr. Speaker. Particularly paragraph 9, our counter proposal is for paragraph 9 to read this way. Reviews and approves the consolidated results of the program for weighing and measuring, can you add? And measuring children, presents the same to the LNC, facilitates its submission to higher LGUs, and provides a copy to the Rural Health Unit.
Secretariat.
Or Mr. Speaker, to the Municipal Health Center.
Do you accept?
Yes, with that modification on paragraph 9, Mr.
Secretariat,
Speaker.
take note.
Okay. On Title 6, on the leagues of Bangsamoro local government units and elective officials, particularly, we received a new proposal from MP Mitmug, Mr. Speaker. It is now flashed on the screen. coming from MP Mitmug, as I mentioned. So it now reads, as proposed, Article blank, the librarian. Section blank, qualifications, powers, and duties. A, no person shall be appointed librarian unless he or she is a citizen of the Philippines, a resident of the local government unit concerned, of good moral character, must possess the eligibility of librarian. He or she must have practiced his or her profession for at least 2 years in the case of a province or city librarian, and at least 1 year in the case of the municipal librarian. The appointment of a librarian shall be mandatory for the provincial, city governments and municipal government. The librarian shall take charge of the library or reading center and shall perform the following functions. Mahaba ba? And then there's an enumeration, Mr. Speaker, of the powers and functions. Our counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, if we can go up, is to change the word. Can you go down a bit? Okay. In the second paragraph, the appointment of a librarian is optional instead of shall be mandatory for the province, for the provincial, city, and municipal governments. That's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take
And
note
subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
of the counter proposal being subject to style.
Okay, so we now go to the leagues, Title 6. Tama na ba? Okay, Chapter 1, Section 512, Paragraph F. The proposal of MP Ampatuan is to delete give or before the word submit, and then delete whatever form, and then the parentheses, opening and closing parentheses. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And paragraph G, same matter, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph G of section 515, and it's also the same for section 518. Same proposed amendments, and we also accept all of them.
Secretary, take note.
On section 5, the same also for 521, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, it applies in section 521.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, on section 564, there's a proposal to use the acronym of the MILG. This comes from MP Ampatuan, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Any other matter for Book 3?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, MP
MP
Ampatuan?
Ampatuan. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that earlier we included a one mandatory position as proposed by MP Sinulinding. Is there an enumeration of its function in the later part of the Book 3? Because it's a mandatory position, and I noticed that all mandatory positions have enumeration of functions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification.
Mr. Speaker, there is an enumeration of functions.
Thank
The
you.
answer to your queries, there is an enumeration of functions.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to the other books, I'd like to ask the Secretariat to open again, because can we go to page 81? Because there are new proposals, Mr. Speaker.
That in Book 3?
Yes, in Book 3. Section 522 on the Sangguniang Secretary, there's a proposal coming from MP Mitmug to delete paragraph 9 under section 522. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And then page 83, section 534. Coming from MP Loong, and the proposal is to make the position of legal officer mandatory For provincial, city, and municipal governments, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept. It's only mandatory, Mr. Speaker, for provincial and city, and optional for municipal governments.
Who acts as lawyer for the municipality?
They may have to engage the services of a private lawyer, Mr. Speaker, considering that there may not be a lot of work for them, so they may choose to retain the services of a private lawyer, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted.
And then,
Secretariat, take note.
and then on page 27, 27. Ano masyado?
Mandatory paying for 6.
On section 468, maybe page 27. Ayan na. And the proposal comes from MP Mitmog to include in the list of topics or courses in the mandatory training for the SK to, no? For the Sangguniang Kabataan, all national and regional laws and policies related to the youth, to siguro, we accept subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note, subject to style.
So we're finished we're finished with book 3, Mr. Speaker.
Can somebody move for the approval of book 3
Mr. Speaker,
as amended?
I move that we approve Book 3 as amended, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve book 3 of bill number 30, subject to style. It's been seconded. There being no objection, the motion is approved. What is the pleasure of the chair of the Committee on Local Government?
Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to book 2, the proposed amendments coming from
Book 1.
book 1 and book 2, Mr. Speaker. For book 2, we can start with book 1 maybe, Mr.
Can
Speaker.
somebody move to reopen to reconsider reopening book the amendment of book 1 and 2?
Mr. Speaker, as earlier manifested by the proponent, they are willing to reopen, Mr. Speaker, subject to the approval of the body. I therefore move that we reopen books 1 and 2 for consideration of some amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any second? There being no objection, the motion is approved.
So, Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretariat to open book 1?
Secretariat, open book 1 and 2.
Specifically, section 7. There's a proposal, Mr. Speaker. Can we go up first? Sa start po. Okay, this is on creation and conversion. If we go down, there's a proposal coming from MP Pakasam regarding this section. The proposal is to delete the words or the phrase Ministry of Finance, Budget and Management, and instead place therein Department of Finance through the Bureau of Local Government Finance, Mr. Speaker. We accept.
Secretariat, take note.
And on book 2, for book 2,
One minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing us to go back to Book 2. We'd like to take a look at Section 162, and as reflected on the screen, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to increase the tax that may be levied by the province, to increase it from 6,600 to 10,000 pesos. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On Section 232, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal, and this is also connected to the proposal, I think, in the succeeding section, 233 and 234. And the proposal is to include municipal or municipality. This pertains to the assessors of these LGUs. The original committee report says that the preparation of the schedule of fair market values lies with the provincial and city assessor, Mr. Speaker. The proposal is to include municipal assessor under Section 232. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
So only the word municipal is
Municipal, municipality, municipal hall, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept all those.
Secretariat, take note.
Same with 233. We take out municipality. We do not accept the proposed inclusion of municipality. And in 233, the same, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposal to include or municipality.
Secretariat, take note.
Same with in 234, Mr. Speaker, since this is the reject na to? 234? Yes. Okay. For 234, it's the same, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept the proposed amendment to include municipal assessors. We go, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
We go to Section 245, Mr. Speaker, on depreciation allowance for machinery. The proposal is to include the word depreciation before the word allowance, and we accept this, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On Chapter 3, Section 254, there's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to delete in paragraph B, to include the phrase "but not limited to." And we accept, Mr. Speaker. On
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph A, there's a proposal to delete the second sentence or the second part. Which starts with "except as provided herein, any exemption up to upon the effectivity of this code." That's the proposed deletion, Mr. Speaker. We accept the proposed deletion, Mr. Speaker. But the other proposal of MP Ampatuan to put the same paragraph as a separate paragraph after paragraph B, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then changing the word "as" to "that" under paragraph B, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
On paragraph 255, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to include the word "persons," which I think was And we propose, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay na. Can you take out the counter proposal? So we do not accept. Delete nyo na lang. Delete. Okay, on chapter 5, Mr. Speaker, on section 263, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to delete the phrase enactment of an ordinance imposing, and then in its stead, you add the phrase imposition of, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 392, Mr. Speaker, on property disposal, there's a proposal to add the phrase bids and awards and then delete the words on awards. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And then on section 393, on negotiated sale of property, the proposal is to delete bids and awards committee and then add the phrase appropriate committee. So, saan yung galing? 1 minute suspension, please, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected on section 392. Our proposal, there's actually a counter proposal. And that is to, while we do not accept bids and awards committee, proposal is to change that with appropriate. And that's correct, Mr. Speaker. Appropriate committee rather than bids and awards.
Secretariat, take note.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the gentleman from Lanao del Sur, MP Ali Babaw. You're on mute.
Who appoints, the composition of the awards committee? Who appoints them? Who organized them? And who has the power to organize the bids and awards committee? And the composition, Mr. Speaker.
The
Did you
question
hear
is
me, Mr. Speaker?
who appoints and who organizes the bids and awards committee?
Yes. That is my question. Kasi hindi nakalagay diyan kung sino-sino sila eh. The composition of the committee, this bids and awards committee, sino-sino sila and sino nag-appoint sa kanila.
We will wait for the answer of the floor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, although this is not the period for deliberations and discussion of the proposed sections or provisions, we will answer the question. But first of all, we're now changing the bids and awards. It's now the appropriate committee. But to answer the question, bids and awards committees are appointed by the head of the procuring entity, Mr. Speaker.
There is a discretion there. There is discretion.
Can you
Subject
please
to
repeat your answer?
rules, Mr. Speaker.
Who appoints them?
The head of the procuring entity, subject to certain rules and qualifications, Mr. Speaker.
In the case, Mr. Speaker, in the case of ministries, is it understood that the minister is the one having that power to appoint the membership of the committee, or the chief minister?
Mr. Speaker, I will answer, but I think we are veering away from the topic of local government structures. In the ministry, it's also the head of the ministry, the head of the procuring entity, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I raise this issue because we have several properties. In fact, those properties belongs to the defunct ARMM, and of course, it is now transferred to the ownership is now transferred to BARM, like in the case of our property in Zamboanga City, the Kabatangan. So, if in case that we are going to, there is a decision now to sell the property, who will compose the bids and awards committee, or the appropriate committee, as been said by the proponent, Mr. Speaker?
With your respect to my Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed with your respect to my uncle, because MP Babaw is my uncle, the Kabatangan is another issue, because it is under the IGR. No bidding committee that will be created, because it is the IGR that will compose the committee. That is an exception to the rule, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, although the Minister of Transportation and Communication is saying that the Kabatangan property is assuming, let us exempt Kabatangan property. Other properties owned by the BARM, in case there is now a decision to sell the properties, who will appoint the members of that appropriate committee that will conduct the bidding, Mr. Speaker?
May I,
Kasi hindi nakalagay dyan eh.
gentlemen, in the interest of time, I think the question of the gentleman from Lanao del Sur should limit it with within the context of this bill we are discussing right now. We are in a different. The questions are not within the context of the local governance code, and we are already out of the period of interpellation and debate. We will continue with the period of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, we have a counter proposal to the proposal of MP Ampatuan, so that the bids and awards committee will now be the appropriate committee, Mr. Speaker.
It's no longer bids and awards committee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Take note, Secretariat.
And on section 393, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal to delete bids and awards committee, and to delete in the case of provinces, cities, and cities, and 25,000 pesos in the case of municipalities and barangay. Mr. Speaker, this is a proposal coming from MP Pakasam, and we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Those are the proposed amendments to Book 2, Mr. Speaker. There is one more on Book 1, just I think one section, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Is that all for book 1 and 2?
Di pa ako nag-book 1. Okay. So that's all for books 1 and 2, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, can we ask the floor leader to move for the approval again of book 1 and 2? No more reopening.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve books 1 and 2
Subject to style.
as amended and subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
I second.
The motion is approved. One minute suspension.
Under Title 1.
For a while, Secretariat, can you please include me in the viewers of book 4?
Wala pala. Ayun. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think it should not be under penal provisions. This is a new section being proposed by MP Lorena. So it would not be under Title 1. There would be a new Title 1 if ever, Mr. Speaker. And the proposal is to have a section entitled Sub-Regions. And the body of the proposed section reads this way: for effective supervision of the constituent LGUs, the sub-regions of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region as required by Section 35 of RA 11054 are as follows. A, the city of Marawi and the municipalities of Lanao del Sur constitutes the North Central Sub-Region. B, the city of Cotabato and the municipalities of Maguindanao del Sur and Maguindanao del Norte and the 8 municipalities of the Special Geographic Area constitutes the South Central Sub-Region. And letter C, the city of Lamitan and the municipalities in the island provinces of Sulu, Basilan, and Tawi-Tawi constitute the Western Mindanao Sub-Region. Mr. Speaker, while we do understand that there are sub-regions mentioned in RA 11054, we do not think that they have a role to play in the governance of local government units, and they are not local government units themselves. So we do not accept the proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Let me explain before we vote, because I will call for a vote.
We recognize the Deputy Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am compelled to submit that proposal principally because after this you will have the devolution of powers that would be included under Section 550, 551 of Title 4. And under Section 35C, the Parliament is required to define the sub-regions. I will read the specific provision of Section 35. Section 35 mention that the sub-regions, which is important because of the designation of the deputy chief minister, should be defined by the Parliament. This is an opportune time to define it in a code because the local government governance code, while we have approved it, is an government mechanism, intergovernment relations mechanism. And that includes the power of the Deputy Chief Minister as enunciated in Republic Act 11054. And I do not want to propose another law just to define it because it might expand beyond the delineation of the territory. It is defined here that we have the specific provision mentioned in Section 35C, 35 paragraph C, that the Parliament should define this region for purposes of the supervision. If I recall, the Chief Minister Deputy Chief Minister organization was also made to allow coordination with local government units, and therefore it is relevant because the Deputy Chief Minister has functioned not only over the supervision of the ministries, but over local government units for purposes of an integral. I do not like to see a point that we will divide the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region into 3 regions because I know if this does not happen and we cannot give meaning to 11054, there will be an attempt to amend 11054. So I would gladly like that it can be included in Title 4, not even in Title 1, because that just defines the delineation of the sub-region. Because if we will propose a sub-region separate from the local government code, there might be an expansion on the powers and the coverage of the sub-regions. So that is an attempt to mollify the idea of dividing the autonomous region into 3 regions. So that is the reason why I put it in Title 4, not in Title 1 of the Bangsamoro code. Secondly, it is a mandatory requirement of the law. If that cannot be complied, then anybody can raise that issue under the oversight of Congress for a failure of Parliament to define the sub-region within a way of disinfective and a insufficient and effective supervision of the sub-regions of Lanao and the sub-regions of Western Mindanao. And there are a growing sentiment against that. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to avert that, I would rather include it in Title 4. Before we vote, we should vote it cautiously. Many consequences and implications will run along this provision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. We'll resume the session after the ASAR break, 3:20. At arms. We will now proceed with the voting. There is now a pending motion to divide the House on the Lorena proposed amendment. Is there any second?
Second.
Been seconded. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
May we request the Sergeant at Arms to please verify whether there are MPs in the MPs launch?
Presiding officer, na bawi na ba yung after ASAR prayer 3:20? Na ano yun? Na-announce yun?
Paano naman ang kasi yung raise hands? Asan? Ba't hindi naka-call ano kasi?
We agreed that we will proceed with the voting before we go to ASAR break.
Okay. Thank you, thank you.
Ito? Hindi ba ito? Ayun, na-raise niya. Sandalo.
Okay na, okay na. We will now proceed with the voting. Those who are in favor of the Lorena proposed amendments, raise your hands.
Matay na. Kasi kailangan. Wala, papalo. Sige na. Sorry na.
All of those not in favor of the proposed amendment, raise your hands.
Pag magkasalita ako, talaga na.
Secretariat, do we have a return on the vote?
Sa number sa ano?
Yung mga ginagawa nila. Kaya pala nasisira yung ano natin, ha? Oh. Yung tingnan mo ginagawa nila. Kaya pala nasisira yan, eh. Dapat paalisin na yung mga yan, ano, palabasin na yung putang ng mga yan. Sinisira nila yung mga...
Secretariat?
Mr. Speaker, the result of voting on the proposed amendments of Honorable MP Joe Lorena as follows. For those favoring the amendment, we have 10 votes. For those not favoring the proposed amendment, we have 30 votes with 7 abstention, Mr. Speaker.
With 40 votes not in favor,
30.
yes votes, 10 votes in favor, with 30 votes not in favor, 10 votes in favor, and 7 abstention, the Lorena proposed amendment is rejected. Session will resume after 20 minutes. Session resume. Lord Leader.
Mr. Speaker, after the result of the votation earlier, I move that the proponent proceed with the rest of proposed amendments under book forms.
We recognize the chair of the Committee on Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We now move to section 532, which is proposed to be a new section coming from MP Maglangit. The section will read as follows. Non-compliance with requirements under Magna Carta of Women. The following shall be considered the dereliction of duty within the purview of Chapter 9, Section 69C of this code. A. Non-submission of the Gender and Development Plan as provided in Section 345F of this code for 2 consecutive fiscal years. B. Failure to implement Gender and Development Plan. C. Failure to submit accomplishment report on the utilization of the GAD plan. D. Non-establishment of the gender focal point system, Mr. Speaker. It goes on, Mr. Speaker. Can I just read the 2 sections that are being proposed by MP Maglangit, and then we will submit a counter proposal. Section 533, another new proposed section, misuse of GAD budget for irregular implementation or use of GAD budget. Misuse of GAD budget or irregular implementation or use of GAD budget shall be considered abuse of authority within the purview of Chapter 9, Section 69E of this code. Mr. Speaker, we accept with a counter proposal to read this way. The first section will be entitled Non-Compliance with Requirements for a Gender and Development Plan and Focal Point System. The following shall constitute the dereliction of duty within the purview of Chapter 9, Section 69C of this code. A. Non-submission of Gender and Development Plan as provided for in Section 345F of this code for 2 consecutive fiscal years. B. Failure to submit the accomplishment report on the utilization of the GAD plan. C. Non-establishment of the gender focal point system. Administrative action on any of the above shall lie against the official legally responsible for the performance thereof. And then a new section, failure to implement GAD plan or misuse of GAD budget. The failure or implementation of the GAD plan for 2 consecutive years shall be considered the dereliction of duty on the part of the local chief executive within the purview of Chapter 9, Section 69C of this code. Another section, misuse of GAD budget. The misuse of the GAD budget towards purposes beyond those contemplated in the GAD plan shall constitute abuse of authority on the part of the local chief executive under Chapter 9, Section 69 of this code. Okay, and then the last section, other action or suits against erring officials. Administrative action under the foregoing provisions is without prejudice to any other liability under other national and regional laws and issuances. I'd like to correct myself, Mr. Speaker. Can we go back to that one? Instead of adding misuse of GAD budget, which is already the topic of the next section, that section will now be just on the failure to implement GAD plan, to delete that part. That's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, on Title 2, provisions for implementation. There's a proposal coming from MP Alamia. One is on mandatory review. And on this matter, there's a separate proposal as to the period coming from MP Lorena. So it now reads this way, as proposed by MP Alamia, within 5 years after the enactment of this code, the Parliamentary Oversight Committee shall undertake a mandatory review on the implementation of this code. The Ministry of the Interior and Local Government shall submit to the committee a report integrating any reports from the Commission on Elections and relevant ministries and agencies on the implementation of the provisions of this code. That's the proposal coming from MP Alamia. As I mentioned, MP Lorena proposes a period of 7 years for the first review, Mr. Speaker. I will go direct to the next section because we have a counter proposal that may cover the two sections. The next section is entitled Parliamentary Oversight Committee. Okay, Parliamentary Oversight Committee is hereby created to oversee the implementation, policy, and administration of this code. The committee shall be composed of 15 members of the Parliament, chaired by the chairperson of the Committee on Local Government of the Parliament. The other 11 members will be designated by the Speaker of the Parliament. The Speaker shall ensure that the Committees on Health, Agriculture, and Social Services, along with the Committee on Amendments and Committee on Finance, Budget, and Management shall all be sufficiently represented. The minority shall be entitled to pro rata representation but shall have at least 3 representatives to the Parliamentary Oversight Committee. That also comes from MP Alamia, Mr. Speaker. And now we would like to present our counter proposal, incorporating the proposals, the 2 proposals coming from MP Alamia and also the one from MP Lorena. The proposal will now read this way: Parliamentary Oversight and Mandatory Periodic Review. The Bangsamoro Parliament, through the Committee on Local Government, shall exercise its oversight function over the implementation of this code and undertake a mandatory review thereof 7 years after its enactment and at least 3 years thereafter, or as often as it may deem necessary, with the primary objective of providing a more responsive and accountable local government. For this purpose, the Devolution Committee, and upon its dissolution, the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government shall submit a report to the committee on the implementation of the provisions of this code, integrating therein reports from relevant ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as national and local government instrumentalities. That's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I continue?
Yes, you may continue.
May I ask the Secretariat to, Mr. Speaker, considering that the proponent for the 7 years has changed his position to make it 10 years, we also reflect that in the counter proposal so that now it says that undertake a mandatory review thereof 10 years after its enactment and at least 3 years thereafter. We've also added a second paragraph which says any amendment of this code shall only be based on the results of the mandatory review upon completion thereof, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? If there being none, Secretariat take note.
Mr. Speaker, we go to... Nabasa ko na yung last paragraph. Okay. We go to Title 3, Mr. Speaker. There's a proposal on Section 584. Originally coming from MP Ampatuan. We just want to reflect that, but I think she already withdrew her proposed amendment, which is to delete letter A under paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker. So there is no more proposed amendment to this section.
Secretariat take note. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Joe Lorena?
The gentleman from Cebu is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Floor Leader. I just like to be clarified for purposes of determining our legislative intent. My question is, we have already agreed that the mandatory review will start only after 10 years. Am I correct?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is correct.
And meaning after the review, there could be an amendment only after the completion of the mandatory review. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
So, I believe that it is already clear, and I think we are agreeable to that kind of an interpretation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the review will be held only after 10 years.
Yes,
And any amendment thereof can only be made after the completion of the review.
yes, Mr. Speaker, this is to allow the implementation to be done, and so that the review will be based on the actual experience of the regional and also the local governments, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
So, Mr. Speaker, there's a slight change in the second paragraph. Let me just read it. Any amendment of this code shall only be based on the results and upon the completion of the mandatory review, Mr. Speaker. There should be a comma after completion, Mr. Speaker.
There being no objection, Secretariat, take note of the changes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have not read the third paragraph. For this purpose, the devolution committee, and upon its dissolution, the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government shall submit a report to the committee or to the oversight committee on the implementation of the provisions of this code, integrating therein reports from relevant ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as national and local government instrumentalities. Mr. Speaker, maybe we should just add oversight before the word committee, Mr. Speaker. And in relation to the MILG, there should be a the before interior.
May clarify.
Yes.
Any amendment hereof can only be introduced by the Oversight Committee?
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker. It will be based on the report. It may come from the committee, for example, on local government, or even the government of the day, or maybe a private bill based on a report submitted by the
Based on the report.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note. Any further proposed amendments?
Mr. Speaker, let me correct myself again. I think the oversight that is appended or placed before the committee should actually be the Committee on Local Government. Because in the first paragraph, it says that the Bangsamoro Parliament, through the Committee on Local Government, shall exercise its oversight function. So there's no special committee, it will still be the Committee on Local Government. So,
Noted.
so we delete the oversight and state the Committee on Local Government. On local government after committee. Okay, that's the counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, and we move now to Title 3.
Mr. Speaker, for a while.
Yes, the gentleman from Sulu.
I believe in that committee. Can there be a possibility that a special committee can be created by the Parliament to do that? That's just I want to have a point of inquiry.
because the Parliament may, because of the overburden work, but the Committee on Local can organize a special committee for the purpose. Can that be done, Mr. Speaker, just to be clarified for purposes of our legislative intent?
1 minute suspension.
Speaker, in response to the question, it is really the Committee on Local Government, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes,
Okay, Mr. Speaker, may I now proceed to Title 3, Transitory Provisions. We've already touched on that. We go to section I think it's paragraph C of what is now section 584. Paragraph C. As to paragraph, paragraph C ba? C number 2, yes. So on paragraph C, Mr. Speaker, there's a list of the things that have to be done. First would be in another section, I think, the MILG will issue the implementing rules and regulations. In paragraph C, there will be 2 tasks that have to be performed by the devolution committee, Mr. Speaker. In number 1, there should be an assessment of the technical and financial capacity of the LGUs. And that is okay. That's to be done within 6 months. But in paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, there's mention of 6 months again. This time for the outlining of a timeline and also the milestones towards full devolution. Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct this because I think in the level of the committee, it is 3 months so that there's a much shorter period, Mr. Speaker. So the correction is from 6 to 3 months under paragraph 2D, C. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
And on paragraph D, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker, to use the acronym LGU. We will accept based subject also to style, no? In the final writing of the code.
Secretariat, take note.
On section 585, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan also to use the acronym for local government units. Again, we accept subject to style.
Secretariat, take note.
And on section 586, there's a proposal coming from MP Mitmog to delete the word "and" before reorganize, and also to add this phrase, "and shall submit a report to the Committee on Amendments in case there is a change on reorganization." Mr. Speaker, we accept with modification.
For a while. Why Committee on Amendments, not the Committee on Oversight?
Because it might entail an amendment to the administrative code, Mr. Speaker. This section talks about the possible reorganization of the different ministries, offices, and agencies in view of the devolution and the reorganization on the part of the ministries. So there may have to be amendments to the administrative code, Mr. Speaker.
Can it not be the committee on the oversight committee? Then the oversight committee will make a referral to the committee on amendments, because everything that should be done. 1 minute suspension.
Yes, Admin.
Session.
Mr. Speaker, pertaining to that provision section 586 and so it shall still submit a report to the Committee on Amendments in case there is a change on reorganization that necessitates amendments of laws other than. In case there's a change on reorganization that necessitates amendment of laws other than this code.
Secretariat, take note. Do you accept?
Or Mr. Speaker, in case there is reorganization, take out the change and even there is reorganization. Wala nang ministry. Ano yun? There is a proposal. Okay. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is just to delete the word shall after the word and. So shall review their mandates and functions and reorganize their structures accordingly and submit a report, Mr. Speaker.
That is the final formulation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Okay, on 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there is another proposed amendment coming from MP Ismael on the same section, the shall in the first sentence above will now read as may. Because there may be reorganization, there may not be reorganization. So we will have to check. It's the ministries, agencies, and offices that shall determine whether there will be reorganization. So it is now may reorganize their structures, and then it will go on to the third paragraph. Second sentence, and which will read this way: pursuant to appropriate civil service law, rules, and regulations, affected personnel of ministries, offices, and agencies, I think, may in the following order be. Okay. May in the following order be: 1, absorbed by the local government units they serve or are assigned to; 2, given another assignment without diminution of rank, compensation, and other benefits; or 3, Mr. Speaker, the amendment is to add separated from service as provided in section 580 hereof. We can merge the two, Mr. Speaker. We accept the proposed amendment of MP Ismael, and there will be changes based on the two proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We will just arrange the
Secretariat,
items.
take note.
And on section 587, Mr. Speaker, transitory provision for anti-dynasty and mandatory training. The proposal coming from MP Midtimbang is to state that the implementation of section 43 and section 45G of this code shall not be applicable for the 2028 elections. Deleting the phrase "for a period of 5 years" from the effectivity of this code. We have a counter proposal, Mr. Speaker, such that the section 587 will now read: the implementation of section 43 and 45G of this code shall only be applicable starting from the May 2028 elections, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
Okay. On section 589, tax ordinances, there's a proposal coming from MP Ampatuan to use the acronym for local government units. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And on section 590, mandatory review of tax ordinances, the proposal of MP Ampatuan is to use the acronyms of MFBM and MILG. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
On section 591, transitory provisions for the municipalities in the special geographic area, the proposal coming from MP Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker, is to use the acronyms of LGUs and the Office of the Chief Minister, as well as the Ministry of the Interior and Local Government. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And then on the section 593, the proposal of MP Ampatuan to use the acronym of the Civil Service Commission, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, take note.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, on under Title 4, Final Provisions, the proposal coming from MP Haji Abdullah is to delete immediately following, and in lieu thereof to state after 5 years unless otherwise provided herein, comma, and then also the word after. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposal.
Secretary, take note.
And that ends all the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Book 4 as amended, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to approve Book 4 as amended, subject to style. The motion is approved without any objections.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to move that we adopt and approve on second reading BTA Bill number 30 as amended and subject to style, Mr. Speaker, by viva voce vote.
There is now a motion from the floor to proceed with the approval on second reading of BTA Bill number 30 on viva voce voting, subject to style. Any second? Hearing no objection, we will proceed with the vote approval on second reading. Those who are in favor of BTA Bill number 30 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who are against, say nay. It's an overwhelming approval. BTA Bill number 30 is approved on second and final reading.
No, so third and final mo wala na lang.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Session is adjourned. Session, 1 minute suspension. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Session is adjourned until 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Adjourn, adjourn, hindi suspended.